Okay. I am not okay. I am not okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'll keep the chat open. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try to answer. Hello, Arnav. A-R-N-A. How are you doing? Sure. I think I'm going to double this. I think that's good. The answer to that is it depends on the engine you're using. And what your goal is. If your goal is to just make a video game, no. Your goal is to make yourself a target for employment within the industry, then it doesn't hurt. Just good to have it under your belt also. If you're going to make an engine, you're going to need to know that stuff, right? And if you're not, then you're not. Unity has this data graph, which basically it looks, so don't let it overwhelm you. For months and months it overwhelmed me. Now I can look at it and kind of just say, okay, I know what these things are trying to do. So everything on this side is like a data source, right? Think of it kind of like when you make a variable public when you're doing C#. You're just basically, these are your public stuff that you're going to be filling in. Some of these fill in themselves. So for example, time, it fills in itself. It just, the engine knows that stuff. Okay, so if you know all of this, then you could use shader graph and get away with just about as much. There's some little nicks with shader graph because it's pre-gen coded, where it messes with like when you try to apply a shader graph um, material, produced material to a sprite, and then try to throw that into the Unity's built-in sprite renderer, you can't use the sprite renderer's flip axis because there's something under the hood that it turns off. So what you have to do is find other means, or you could go into the code of the the shader and turn off. I think it's like just a top parameter that you can just turn it off, and it should work almost normally. And I don't vouch for it. I use other means to get around. I use scale, and that works fine. I mean, I could just show it to you. Give me a second. So you'll notice I'm trying to get them to look at me. Yeah, you notice how I can get this one to like okay, there we go. So now one of these guys is looking at me. So you see how he turns around and whatnot to... like that. So that's just using a flip on, I believe it is his z-axis, if I remember correctly. I forget. No, I think it's his y. No, scale. So I'm flipping the x-axis. And they can go attack each other. Thank you. Unity... I can say I did a live stream not too long ago where I answered that question for myself. I can't answer it for anyone else. I took the time, built up the experience in Godot, Rideau, whatever, and I just ran it side by side. I did the same. I had two projects with the same end goal, the same process to get to that end goal. And I just tried to see which engine got me closer to that end goal. Thank you. Which engine got me to that end goal faster, right? Like which one I made the most progress with in the least amount of time. And Unity was 2 hours ahead in that situation. So that's the reason why I decided to just stick it with Unity. I want to get my projects done, you know? I don't like how this sprite is turning out, though. I'm trying to make a... So in this game, there's health, sure. This is just temporary. None of this is going to actually be in the final, although I like it. It looks nice, but... I want kind of go with a regular bar. I'm not sure if hearts are a good thing. Like, what do you think? Do you think hearts would fit here, or do you think an HP bar should fit here? And then over here, I wanted to put like a whole bunch of these little diagonal bars. and just go across that way. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'm thinking to put an HP bar across and then have these little diagonal bars for the different types of energies that you have. Yeah, I mean, I like some games, sure. I'm not extremely picky, but I have my niche. Why? What kind of games do you like? I mean, I'll play both. It depends. If there's just too many microtransactions and all this, like if the game is microtransaction centric, then, you know, forget that noise for me. But otherwise, as long as it doesn't make me have to spend like 10 hours in order to get anything done a day, then I'm good. Like, I can invest like an hour or so and still feel like as if I have the rest of my day to do other things. That's basically where I'm at with games. For the most part, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can get away with that. Like I can just go in, do a match, and then get out. Fair. That's a wide-eyed perspective. That's pretty nice. I think it's just certain games I just can't really enjoy. Like shooters, for example. I mean, there's certain types of them that I can get with, but then others are just like it's more about who you're playing with than the game itself, right? If you're playing with some friends, it's not a, even some RPGs like Path of Exile. It's more about who you're playing with. Like if you have just a consistent group, things like that. Like, well, actually, for like something like Fantasy Star Online 2, for me, I can play that with or without a group, but it's better to play it with people you know. Um, let's get back to messing with this and seeing. Let's get rid of the frame real quick. Oh, it looks worse. It's terrible. Okay, okay. I'm not sure. I haven't actually played VR games. I mean, it's not that I'm not interested in them, just I haven't played any. So I have no opinion on the experience there. Uh, okay. As far as I can tell, as far as I can tell, they've come a long way though. I remember when it was being like a real thing back in 2016, and everyone was. How's that? So in this game, um, there's different types of energies. So each bar is supposed to represent your quantity of that type of energy. Right? There, I call them quote unquote dimensions of energy. So when you do special attacks or just regular attacks, whatever, you consume, or the power of your attack and how is based on that type of energy that you currently have. And when you execute it, you consume some of that energy. And so you have the different bars that are kind of going to, it's a complicated thing to describe, but basically it's just a ratio of all of your different energy types, and then each bar will basically be color coded. So if you have, like, let's say, uh, 100% of your energy is of a red color, then you'll have all of your bars being red. If you have something else in there, like a blue color or green, then you'll have some of them being green, some of them being blue, based on the ratio of these different energies that you currently have. Okay, so I'll start again. Let me know if you heard me say this. In the game, you have a bunch of different dimensions, or let's call them like elements, right? And all of the abilities that you use, like your regular attack and things like that, and other things will consume some of those sources. Okay, gotcha. So that's what it's for. So right now it's red, but I grayscaled it, so I could make it whatever color I want to. Um, Thing is, I think I need to make it a stronger. I think I need to make this stronger. I think that's what it is. Let's go back to Sprite real quick and change that. Something is just off with the... Like, I tried to give it a pattern, but I think less about pattern and more about just that. All right, let's see if this makes it look better. I just think it looks way too jagged. Like, the edges are way too hard. Maybe that's what it is. The edges of this are just too jaggy. Like, when I'm looking at it over here, how does it look to you? Does the bottom part, not the this part. This part's gonna look perfectly fine. But I think down here looks kind of messy. And it looks kind of messy. Like, I'm not sure how to fix that. I'm gonna try something else. It might be that it needs to dither the black a little bit. As far as I can tell, the number sequences for the pixels are fine. Just, I think the black needs to be dithered. I'm going to try doing that. See if I get a better result. In Godot, they have pixel perfect. I'm not sure if the same thing is in Unity. But apparently not. Okay, let's try it now. Hard to tell because in Ace Sprite, it looks perfectly fine. And when you come to Unity, it's terrible. That's what it is. I never claimed to be an artist. Game dev. Is there any option that I can mess with? Let's go with 100 and see. I don't think this has any effect, really, on the final result. Negative. What happens if we do this? It gets worse. Ah. I don't know what to say. Oh, wait. I think I got... No, I did it right. I did it right. I don't know. It looks perfectly fine here. But then as you go too far away, maybe it's just a scale thing. Maybe I need to just scale up the UI. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think it's just I need to scale the UI up a little bit. I don't think there's any way to get around it other than doing that. So I think it's just Unity is going to struggle. Maybe the, I mean, this is going to break everything else, but might as well. Yeah, now it looks perfectly fine. So it's just the aspect ratio thing. It's nothing I can do to change it. I'd have to run this in this aspect ratio at all times, basically. That sucks. But it is what it is. At least I know that when we run it in-game, this is what it's going to be running with. So it should look perfectly fine. It's if I go to this is when we're going to have problems. Oh no, now it looks good-ish. No, it looks messy again. Back to this. Ah. Well, the dithering did have a good effect on it, though. It looks smoother going into the transitions. I'm going to do one little touch-up on it, and still something I saw. Yeah, now it looks fine. Yeah. Well, no. What I meant by yes, what I meant by scale was the size, not the actual scale of the. Like, you usually don't touch this part. What I was talking about was this part. I just have to change the actual size of the rects up. That was my bad. I should be clearer in my language. Okay, I think that looks good, actually. Yeah, I mean, you can mess with the scale. It's just you shouldn't need to because you have this over here, right? But for the sake of keeping things simple, you kind of just want to stick with this. I can't really think of a time. So there was actually one time where I had used the scale, but it was for a different project where I wanted to create like a cloud effect on the UI. So when you loaded into the start menu, there was a cloud. Like the cloud would come out, like it would transition you with clouds going in. There would be clouds, and then there would be clouds going out on the left hand side. Or well, it was random which direction, but basically I would use the scale in order to get a more fluid transition that way. That was one time I could think of that it proved very useful to do it that way. Um, all right, let's turn this into a proper asset. There we go. So first we do the frame, delete that, and we do that. And I'm not sure if I care to do a mask for this, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're just going to have the second one. So let's give myself some this. This is the original. And this is the frame. That. So I'm pretty sure you always want to do this with pixel art. Helps a lot. Keeping the art from becoming blurry. And we apply. Did I make a mistake here? Yes, I did. What is this? We exported it. Oh gosh, sometimes I really cannot stand a sprite. It. Let me see if it still works before I go and lose my mind over this. Like, nope, doesn't work. Ah, like you have to pay attention to every little friggin' detail with a sprite. Like it will just change things as it sees fit along the way. So it changed the save type. There we go. Okay, now let's try it. Okay. Where is it? Sure, let's just apply and see what you do. Ah, I see. There we go. Like Sprite will just do the most random things sometimes, and it's like each thing is. It's not that you're doing a lot of things. It's just that each thing that you do is consequential. Oh, if one goes off, it's just annoying. Okay. The single, and we do not need any filtering. So you get rid of the filtering, you get rid of the blur, and we apply. All right. Meanwhile, the Hall of Justice. We have a frame. Now we can put the frame on that. We can replace that with this fill. And let's make the frame visible. Oh, it fit perfectly right off the bat. That's nice. Nice. That worked out really well. Okay. Next we have to have, let's double this. Put this above this. Okay. There we go. So how much experience do you have? Oh wait, actually I have to go right now. Sure. I think my Discord is in the channel description. Nice. Okay, that worked out better than I thought it would. Once I realized that it was this resolute, the aspect that was giving the issue, just became so much easier to deal with. Okay, next is we need a bar for this. I have bars. I'm not sure if I want to use them or if I want to just... I think I have another asset already with a bar in the project. I don't have to make one, then that's fine. Yeah. Container. So let's turn this container off together. And let's add in a panel. And inside of this panel, we'll have an image. An image. Empty. What the heck is this? Why is it like way out there? That's weird. That is really weird. I don't know why it's looking it. Well, let's apply it and see what it does. Oh, it's just a square. I thought we had problems, but we're okay. Now, there's a small problem. I need to put these into Sprite and grayscale them. Well, first let's see if it even what it looks like when we do this. So let's just duplicate this and put this one over it. Looks terrible. Yeah, it looks terrible. Maybe I should just make one. Hmm. Ah, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Good catch. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying that I put together this pooler. Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. So I had basically flubbed at the end of the stream last time on putting this together. Like, once you get to that 9th, 10th hour, coding becomes pretty hard. So I'm just happy I put this together. But this is the API for it. You just do this. That's what I was saying to you before. And you can also pre-warm the pool just by doing pool manager dot set population. Pass in the prefab you want to set the population to, the amount, and give it a parent name if you want. You don't have to do this, but it's good for organization. You just do parent. Right? And so now you pre-warmed your pool with stuff, and then you can just do pull, and it will just get this all the time. And it doesn't care what you put in. You can pull anything that's is a component. Outside of that, I'm just super happy about the way this turned out. I think I really like the HUD, or rather the HP bar HUD. Yeah. So I'm going to be working on. Can you not hear me? OBS says that I am speaking. OBS is saying I am speaking. Can you not hear me? Can you hear the music? Testing, 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 testing. I turned the music all the way down. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. It was working a second ago. It's very weird. Testing, testing. That's very weird. OBS is saying that I was making... I don't know. But I turned the music all the way down. Maybe it was too high? Oh, okay. I don't know. OBS was showing me making sounds. But I don't put anything past OBS. Who knows? Okay, there we go. Things happen when you OBS naked, right? Yeah, I was saying that I'm really proud of this pool manager, how it came out. I have another pool manager, or rather a pooler, that but I wanted to make it better, and this is just better. Like this is a generic pooler. You could throw anything in it, and yes, it is a strange mistress. But this is my pride of the weekend, basically. And now I'm working on some UI stuff. You want me to? I mean, if you go back maybe 15 minutes, you'll see me. Well, actually, hold on. Now I have to do it again because apparently my audio is out. So let's do it again. This is the pool manager that I had made. Unfortunately, on I think it was on a Sunday. At the end of the stream, I never got it completed. Yes. Right. So let's take a look at what's going on here. It's pretty straightforward. If you want me to go over any details, I can, but I'm going to keep it terse. Basically, these are just the property setups. These are the only properties really involved in it. We have, thank you. We have a normal singleton setup, but this is a private static, so this is all internal. Generic creation system as well as a get system for items from the pool, or getting a pool. So this is a simple call, pull. It handles its own way of tracking each prefab. And then it will handle the pull from the pool. And we can return. Ultimately, there's only two things you need to do for this pooler for it to work. One is to do the pull, and the second one is to make sure your game object, when you're done with it, you set its the game object activity to false. This is a built-in Unity call, so it has nothing to do with the pooler. You just need to set it to false, and the pooler will take care of the rest. It'll automatically do that. How it does that is any object that is pushed through the pooler has a pool callback attached to it. Let's take a look at that. The pool callback just has iPool call, and it is only ever going to do return when the game object is disabled. And return will just call the pool manager and tell it to return the instance that we assigned, that this pool callback belongs to. That's it. That's the end of it. I'm going to just go over the code. I'm going to scroll the code really slowly so anybody who wants to just copy it can. So this is the callback. And this is the manager. Go up. Okay. Starting from top. Going down to line 38. Going down to line 74. And, oh shoot, hold on, 74. Going down to 110. And going down to 150. Going down to 182. Going down, and we are at the end. So that is the entire pooling system. Am I an engineer? I think I mean, no. I don't know how to answer that question. Yes and no. I mean, we're doing engineering right now, right? Oh, that's basically what it is. I'm a hobbyist engineer, I guess. Okay, so that's the end of it. So now this is the whole system. It will create its own. So organization is a great thing. This will create its own create a parent that can be attached to. So let's actually run it so you can see what's happening. So here's the thing. Unity has, I'm pretty sure you know, rigid bodies. It has a ton of ways of moving. You can move the transform directly. You have rigid bodies where it applies velocity to the body to do the same thing, sort of. And then you have the agent, which will basically also want to manage the transform. So everyone knows you're not supposed to mix these things. If you're going to be moving the transform, you don't want it to do anything with a rigid body unless you set it to kinematic. And similarly, you don't want to have a agent on the rigid body. But what if I don't want to do all kinds of ray casting shenanigans and sphere casting in order to figure out where my object and where the ground is, right? But I still want all of the conveniences of navigation through Unity's built-in system. So what we do is instead we create a dummy. And then we place the dummy at the destination that we want to get the rigid body to. Right? Because we still want to use rigid body. And then we create a path, or we tell that dummy to create a path back towards the rigid body. Then we get the corners on that path, and we tell the rigid body to go towards that corner. So the rigid body will apply velocity to itself into the direction of that corner. And then from there, it'll just keep following the sequence of corners. So let's actually watch that in play. Okay, now, unfortunately, my enemies... You know what? Let's turn off the other enemies, because they're really dumb, and they will attack one another. So I'm gonna turn that off real quick. So the other enemies, let's stop fighting each other. And let's go and... It's just easier to see. So let's turn this from 2D to 3D again. Go down to where the enemies are. Also, another thing that I took care of that same day was incorporating the animation overrides. I figured out the correct way of setting that up in Unity. What I was trying to do originally, I have a different way of doing it now. But let's look at this. I can go over that another time, but right now, just want to show this one. So that's the enemy over there. I'm going to walk over to him. And you're going to notice, first off, before I get anywhere near him, there's only the pool parent here, right? Once I get close to him, he's going to want to target me, so he's going to need to create a dummy. And now you're going to see that the pather parent was created. And if I click the pather on the navigation dummy here, you'll see that the navigation dummy is constantly following. It's constantly following me. Right? And all he's doing is getting the path closest to the corners that he needs to go. So if I go around this tree, right, there's little pebbles on the ground that he has to figure out. I'm too far away. There we go. There's little pebbles on the ground that he has to figure out, like, how to get to me. Right. But you can always change that. Like, you see how he has to move around the pebble, but you could always change that. And when he drags like that, that's just the velocity pushing him in one direction. So he's like, it's easier to see with a 3D object what's happening there. With a 2D, I already, because I've done it in 3D, I know what it is. He's basically has velocity still in this direction, and when he's changing directions, it's like he's staying still for a little bit until the velocity is strong enough to push the other way. All right, there we go. And then we can do that. Now, did you notice something happening with the ground when I hit him? Very subtle. Maybe I can make it a little bit stronger so it's more obvious. But you see the ground sinks every time I hit him. It's all, yeah, it's pretty big. It's a big area. It's more air. It's easier to see it here. Like, I can make the area smaller. Let's do that. I don't think I exposed the variable, so I think I have to do it. Let's see. Did I do it here? I think this is it. I think, yeah. I think we just do it like this. So I did expose. Well, let's actually check the code. I don't know if I, it's over in actor movement. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's right there. So again, this is how we're just doing the bounce. Same concept as with the pooler, like how we get access to things. Right? I just love doing it like this because it's just I like the idea of just doing one call and things happen. And let's make the amount of power a little bit higher. So let's go straight to 0.1. So that is like what? Almost almost a 300% increase in what's going to be visualized. I don't know. It might like look weird as heck because the math over here is super fine. It's super fine tuned. So like 0.1 is a huge number, basically. There we go. Well, let's decrease the size further. There we go. That's weird. I don't think this actually works. Let's go all the way down, see what happens. Yeah, you see, like, sometimes reading is fundamental. Let's just see if I actually screwed that up. I think I did. The range. Yeah, that is the range. Let's just check the code. Maybe I'm screwing up. Range. Hmm. I want to see if that's what I was actually trying to test before. Now that I saw the code again, I get to remind myself that I forgot to test that. Because I was trying to create like a cratering effect. And I think 70% is way too small to get that effect. So... I'm not seeing it, to be honest with you. Oh no, I see it slightly. Wow, it's super subtle though. So obviously we can make it so let's do this. This thing is a little bit weird. Actor movement. So Sizra, this thing should change when I change this, but for whatever reason, it doesn't. Where does apply knockback get added? In the combat manager. It's also being called here. This is all debug stuff, so I'm being super sloppy. But it's just I want to test it, basically. I'm just trying to figure out why this thing is not actively swapping its size. Okay, now it's working. I don't know what was happening before, but it wasn't swapping its size before. So now it should be happening like right underneath his feet. No problem. Gotta do what you gotta do. I just did some retooling, but now we get it to where the range actually is. Yeah. I think that they're getting wrecked by this. I have way too much fun just beating the heck out of them. They can't die, but it is what it is. I'll show you a neat little way of approaching combat that I think a lot of people would benefit from going in this direction with. So I'll show you. So this is not done perfectly, but I'm showing you this now because when I re-kit, it's going to be done the correct way. But the rest of it is going to be the rest of it will show you kind of like what I mean by like the correct way to handle things, right? So my weapon base, this is incorrect. This part is incorrect. The weapon base creates, or sorry, this is mixed. So this part is correct. First we create a damage, right? So when we equip this weapon, we're going to create damage. We set up damage here. And then we just create the parameters that might be on the weapon. Again, this is all prototype, so this is just me plugging in random information. But you can see that the information that I'm plugging in doesn't even matter, right? I'm treating this almost like it's C# is dynamically typed in this way. And I can do that because I'm me, right? But it is what it is. C# is, you can type with C#, you can handle, C# can handle this kind of thing in compile. So now, I'll show you, if you're interested, I'll show you how this works. Or it's just a little pattern. But basically, we create damage. This damage exists as just a class on this item. And let's take a look at what damage has inside of it. It's just one dictionary. That's it, right? And we actually limited the dictionary. We should let's make it 25. Right? It doesn't care what's put in it. We just know that something's going to be put into it. That's basically what that dictionary is for. And we can add anything we want. So when we hit something, this part is the wrong part. We actually shouldn't have this here. This should actually be... I'll do it the right way in a little bit. But this should actually be on a hitbox. Right? And the hitbox should be the thing listening for this. And it's going to be sending a message up back to the weapon base. And then the weapon base executes by doing this. This is the part that's important. The combat manager report damage. So this is going to report the new damage. Now if you look here, we take the damage that already exists on the weapon, duplicate it, and now we're populating that duplicate with new information. Right? So that way we're not constantly re-upping it with this information. We just pass in, we just created a new one effectively with this information already in it. And then we're just going to add what enemy now we're attacking. And then we go to the report damage. So report damage handles the calculation for the damage. We already have the attacker and we have the defender, right? And technically they're both eye combatants, which is why they both fit into this, because it's the combat manager. But all combatants, also all actors inherit eye combatant. So we can get the actor class directly without having to do anything special. Right? And so we get the actor class instead. Even though we put in eye combatant, we can get the actor out of that. Now, to be clear, there is no real type safety on this. So if you put something that doesn't inherit, then you'll get an issue, right? You'll say it's a mismatch of the types. You can't cast whatever as an actor. And then this is the damage number. And we tell the damage number what target to follow. And then we call hurt on the defender. And we apply some knockback. And that's it. That's it. And then from here, if we wanted to have a system for like a combat log, we can pass that in here and just queue in that damage, and the combat log UI can just read through the damage queue and basically just report out what the damage is, dequeuing them each time. So we're freeing up this queue, and it can just access the queue whenever it needs to, basically, for new damage. Yes. So the reason why I'm showing this is because this is very modular, right? For my system, this is probably more than I need. Well, it's actually as much as I need right now. But this can go even further beyond. If you play like something like Arkham Asylum, where enemies act very aware, they're using something similar to this, where the enemies are constantly checking back and forth between the manager to find out whose turn it is to attack, when was the last time this person was attacked, and so on. And they have something like this that simply just says, hey, people, it's somebody has to run on some type of logic. And that's basically it. And this is happening every frame, which is pretty cool, I think. Right? And it just passes through the active combatants. There's a little bit of nuance to it, like for making sure that you're using an array here and that kind of thing. But it's pretty cool, and you can do all kinds of different things. Even war simulators use something similar to it. Correct. All the enemies are well and aware of the player, and so I'll show it over here. My enemy script. Yeah, we have detect enemies, right? And detect enemies. Where is it? Detect enemies is running in the combat logic. It just takes the enemies from the combat manager, and it's just going to check, hey, am I close enough to something? And if it is, then it will try to attack that thing. The thing that I need to implement here are the factions that I was thinking, like I was dreaming of how to do it and whatnot, like which way I wanted to go with it. So I think I'm going to go with factions, and it'll just check against, like, the thing that it finds that is the closest. It'll just check, hey, what faction is that thing in? Is it an enemy faction? Then I'll attack it. Otherwise, fun. Right. Right now they'll fight one another because there's nothing telling them. They'll just go for whoever is the closest to them. But when I implement that, then they'll be a bit smarter. Of course, the enemy's always or rather the player is always the guy that gets beat up. All right, so let me just mark that. And that's it. But before I did that, I wanted to finish this UI. I think it's pretty intuitive, right? Like once you get your mind around what the big picture of it is, it becomes very clear. Right? And we were talking about this yesterday, like, you know, the idea of a lot of times people just dump enemies into a scene, throw a collider on it and say, okay, whatever walks in range is going to get attacked, and then they go over here and then change the tags and then make it like an enemy tag. Okay, tags are great, but what happens if you have an enemy you do want to attack and it's tagged? So now you're going to have something else. You have to create a whole new system for tags, basically, at that point, right? And that's fine. But you could go even further then. You could make a faction system, like I'm about to do. Right, right. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, you know, why stop there? It's not a big, it's not like as if it's, you know, very hard to implement it. It just takes an additional maybe hour or so and you're done. And once it's done, you'll never have to worry about the complications anymore. Okay, so let's get this UI game HUD. Okay, so the only one I was thinking about putting something on the top left, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to have something in the bottom middle, and it's going to be like the enemy's hit points, basically. Right there. And we'll just copy this. Or actually grab both. No. I think that's good. And we'll call this enemy health area or target. Yeah, that's better. In case you're like targeting an NPC you want to heal later or something, I don't know. Naming stuff is hard. What the heck? I don't think you can do that with the... You have to just duplicate it and then drag it. That's how you do it in Unity. Set the position as 0, 0. Right? And create a little spot for its name. Yeah, so since there's going to be factions, right? We can get away with a whole bunch of shenanigans, such as people being friendly and us. Instead of me having to like tab target, I could just move the mouse over to them and press the right button. It'll check if the thing next to the mouse is an ally, and if it's the closest thing is an ally and it fits within that, you'd probably heal them instead of executing. And this is getting into like that Arkham Asylum stuff now again, right? Like in Arkham Asylum, it's called active combat, where I call it contextual combat also, right? Where the animation that's being done, or the ability that's done, quote unquote ability that's done, is based on the context of the combat at that moment. So if you're in the middle of swinging at somebody and then you mouse over to an ally, right? And then you press an ability that could heal, like your 1 or 2, right? Instead of attacking, you'll heal. That kind of thing. But what about if you don't want to press a button to heal? What about if you just want to keep left clicking or whatever it is, but you want to bring your mouse over? So what you can do is you can double click on that target and it would heal if you're hovering over them, even if you're in the middle of attacking. And then if you just singly clicked, then instead you just keep attacking. So that kind of thing is trying to keep the combat as fast as possible, right? And like in this case, if I knock the enemy and then I do a check and the enemy that I'm hitting is not grounded, and then I still just left click, then the attack could change from my regular slash to like an anti-air and pull them back down to the ground, or knock them further and then have some type of aerial attack or something, right? That's all possible now because of that combat manager. And cool. It's, well, I shouldn't say it's possible without it. It's just now much easier with it. Oh, you think so? It's just, I mean, it's just managers, right? What do you think? Too much? Okay, thank you. All right, so now that we have, so this is the thing I keep saying, when you're developing, when you're the solo guy, it's, even when you're working with a team, it's really good to just mock up something like this and then start coding, right? Because this kind of is like giving yourself the 4 corners that you know that you're going to be coding into, instead of making your brain go everywhere. Saves a bit of time. Okay, so let's get coding. Let's think about this actually for a second. What do we need to get this to work? We're going to need stats. So we need to make a stat system. I had a new idea for a different type of stat system. I wanted something a little bit more dynamic. We're going to also be using probably scriptable objects in order to initialize what I'm thinking. Right? So let's look at the stats that are represented here. The easiest ones, HP, stamina. The ones that are a little bit more complicated are the EP ones, because they're doing way too much. So we need to think about a way to simplify that. And we don't need to worry about how the EP bar handles it yet. We just need to worry about the stat itself and what it's going to be pushing out. So let's start with the simple one. Stats. So let's make that script. Wait, before we do that, so with stats, what are stats actually? Stats are quantity, right? They're a quantity. And so items are also a quantity. So why not just make our stat system part of our item system, or delineate from it? Because we're going to end up with items and power-ups and everything. So it's good if they can, the way that they can be interchanged isn't too far away. So if we treat stats like they're items, and if you have that item, then, so we can basically just make an inventory of stats. Make sense? And so that, I think, is the approach I'm going to go with. This is going to be our first scriptable object. So we're going to name this game data, and we're also going to make an addressable system. Or actually, we can name it data object. Right? And along with this, we're going to make an addressable system. So we need to have another script called iData, I guess. Does Unity have a built-in addressable? Well, let's find out. It feels like Unity should have iAddressable. No, that's a net. Nah, they don't. Okay, so we're safe to do that. So this is normally where I would install Cyrenax. So I'm going to do that and make my life easier. Because I want to see those things on the inspector, but I don't want to have access to them to change it. Just in case, like, I start working on this project with someone else, and they, like, open up stuff, and they see, oh, that's a number. Let me click it and see what happens. And it breaks everything down the road. So this is where, instead of creating my own editor script, it's just best to get an asset. Odin Inspector is what it's called if you're interested. What it will do is it's going to allow me to put like a block on the code, and it will show up in the inspector, but it's going to be grayed out. Normally when I start a project, I already start with it in, but not this time for some reason. I think this time I wanted to be super minimalistic. It's weird because Unity does have a read-only block, but it doesn't work the way that you think it works. So you have to get Odin to do it, or you have to make a script yourself, which I don't recommend. Unity's editor scripts are no joke. That's the rabbit hole. You'll it's not that it's difficult, it's that it's redundant, and it's kind of like if you've ever taken like a math class and you already know everything about what's going to happen and it just gets boring. Like, that's basically it. You're just doing the same things over and over again. Okay, there we go. Unity needs a time to set up. Reloading its domains. I think we have to do nothing. I think that's it. Let me just double check. Oh, this is cool. I'm going to not mess with this because I don't need to right now. But I just yeah. So actually, let's get into it. I was just, you know what it is? I get sidetracked because I just saw something different in Odin that let's reload this, that I had completely missed. So we're gonna do this. Private. So this is two parts. We're doing a couple of things here. One is we're going to create stats. The second thing is we're going to make addressables in Unity. So addressables are, if you've ever wondered, when a game is made and there's like tons of items in the game, like just tons and tons of items, right? Tons of different things, scenes, items, whatever. What's a way of getting to that information? Do you always have to keep drag and dropping prefabs into your scene, right? The answer is actually no. You don't. You don't have to do that at all, right? You create an addressable. So addressables are a very quick and dirty ways of, I like to call it dirty, but they're like cheating effectively for being able to get information from your project that can be used at runtime to instance stuff without you actively having to store that object, right? So now you'll see right now. No, you still have to do all of these like placement and stuff, but what addressing does is it gives you so let's put it like this. Instead of you doing something like this, and then on the inspector storing the prefab, and then doing something like var instance is equal to instantiate prefab. Instead of you doing that, what addressables do is it assumes you don't have this, right? And you can instead do something like, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be making a class called game data. Okay, and we're going to go get, and we're going to pass in the thing that we want to get. Let's say the thing that we want to get this time is the player, right? We want to get the player's prefab, or yeah, we want to get the player prefab from somewhere in our script. We don't know where it is. We want to instance the player into the scene somehow. And then we do right? That's going to basically be what we're doing, but without the quotes, right? And then that's going to give us an instance of the player, and then we can, or sorry, it's going to give us the player's prefab, or we can do it like this. And then we can do like that. Right? And now we can do all this. It will bring it right. It'll bring the prefab into your code without you having to go into your project to actually get the prefab that you're looking for. So what does that mean? What that means is now we can make a script that will get whatever we want. So if what we want is an item, right? And we do something like actually this is how I would do it. Right? So I would actually just store this on the item script. Like that's down the road. Give me 1 second. That's down the road. What's actually going to happen is it's going to be data object dot get item, or and then we pass in item here. Or sorry, maybe this thing is auto completing. And then we just pass in the ID that we're looking for, and it will, the data object is going to have a, down here, yeah, it really didn't. Right? And now you can see where it's going to go. So that's a system that we're working on. At the same time, there's nothing stopping us from using this to create our stats and everything else. Like I said at the very beginning, this stuff is really all just kind of the same thing, but a different flavor each time. Like stats are kind of items, right? In their own way. Like you have a thing, a unique thing, and a quantity of that thing. Right? So why can't we treat them similarly? And by doing that, we actually allow ourselves the ability to reference each thing in a kind of generic way. Right? And we can do this. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. I'm just trying to get rid of that error for now. But yeah, so that's where we're going with this. Let's just delete all of this stuff, and right? Oh yeah, that's right. We can't do that with that. Hmm. Now in Godot, this would work perfectly fine because of just how their static members work, but in C# it might be a little bit tricky. But it's fine. I know it can be done. I just need to get my brain back into where that pathway is. So there's a couple of things that these things will always have, right? Public. Actually, let's make this serialized. So it'll always have a name, whatever object that we make. It's always going to have an address, and it's always going to have an ID. And or let's actually change this to display name, like it's suggesting. That's a good one. Oh, and an icon. Okay, and then we just do public. Okay, so these are the things that are always just going to be present on data objects, and this is going to be an abstract class, right? And we return default every time. I don't think this can be done this way. Like something is telling me that there's supposed to be... Oh! Got it. Just took my brain a second to wrap my head around what. Right, and then so we instance it, we do the protected inner call, which should just return default. So the way this is going to work is we have this create here, and then we'll be creating the instance of the prefab or whatever it is that we're doing. And then inside of this data object class, we have this virtual, which will be inherited by all of the different stuff down the road, which is what's actually going to be returned through this. Right? So first we make the object that we're talking about, and then we populate the object with the information that it specifically has. So this is taking advantage of inheritance effectively down the road. All right, and that's the black magic. So this is data object. Now let's make the address manager. Or we can call it data manager. Yes. which will also be a scriptable object. Okay, so this is where the heavy lifting is done, and it's going to be a little bit of a doozy. This is going to be this is going to be a bit of a trick. So what does this need? This needs 2 dictionaries. One sec. One sec. I start. What else should we listen to? What should we listen? I have no clue what some of these. I'm not trying to fall asleep. That's a classic. So what this is going to do is we're going to form up the game data here, but it's going to create its own script. Right? The script is going to create its own script inside of Unity. So that way, every time I create an object, every time I create an object, I don't have to then go back and then manually insert it. It'll just grab the object from my project and then add it to the addressables. Right? So yes. So let's start with first. Let's give this a name. As soon as Unity lets me something. Okay. Can I open it? I think it's frozen. Cover selected file, sure. Yeah, it like crashed or something. I don't know. My IDE, not Unity. So I'm not sure. Let me check OBS to make sure it's still showing. Sure enough, it stopped showing. Okay, IDE. There we go. Yeah, thanks. It just like froze for some reason. Okay, so first, thank you. It's like a bajillion things are just popping up. I don't understand what the heck that is. The IDE is just being silly. Wow, okay. There we go. Oh, are you done? Done? We're done, right? Are we done? I think we're done. I think it's done doing whatever it was trying to. Now it's weird. I wanted to go to one place. Now I don't even remember where I wanted to go to because my IDE spent all of that time throwing me into like 50 different sections. So give me 1 second. I just need to take a look. I had it open in Unity. There it is. Hey. So first and foremost, we're going to create an asset menu, call for it. And we'll name it the, so whenever we're making scriptable objects, you have to do this to actually see the show up on the context menu. By doing this part, what we're doing is we're saying that the item on the context menus, once we create it, its name is going to be data manager, or we should do you. It's important if you do copy this code to not make multiples of these. There's no safety if you do that. This is not a reverse pattern, so there's no safety saying, hey, if I find another version of myself, delete myself. This will let you have as many of them in your project, but you should only ever need one of them. Right? And so now we go to, oh, whoops. Menu name. And it's going to be, oops, scriptable object. Data. Okay, and so now, oh, also what I got OBS for, not OBS, Cernax for, Odin, was to do this. There we go. And so now we can get away with this. We don't need this yet, but let's just make it over here. Need a location. Huh. You know what? I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to do it this way. So if you do copy this, you can just use, basically this is just going to be the file path that you're going to use to say, hey, this is where the scriptable object version of this is located. Right? Again, only one of these should ever exist, but you can make sure that it at least tries to stay safe by giving it its own location. And if it runs and it's not in the location that it should be in, then it will not execute. That's the type safety that I put into it. So we need a list, serialize, and the regular, which is the dictionary. So let's do that. Because the problem with Unity is that it doesn't serialize dictionaries naturally, and it's a waste of space to try to get it to do it. Oh, whoops. Let's do this first. Okay, so first we just need the... There we go. It's going to be a little bit weird, but bear with me. With with scriptable objects, the only way to get them to work properly is to utilize their work properly in build, is to utilize their on enable and on disable, which will happen within their when you first interact with that object in your project. Otherwise, the code that you're writing in is might as well just be spaghetti or something. Who knows? Okay. So why are we doing this? Well, first, whenever we enable, the game is going to run, and it's going to run through your project and run enable on all of your scriptable objects, including this one. So what we actually want is to take all of the stuff that's in the serialized game data pair and then push that into the dictionary. And this is going to be our addressable dictionary. Right? And we're going to do... yeah. There we go. Did I miss it? What did we... Oh, that's why. Okay. So that's basically whenever you start your game, it's going to immediately take all of your references and then store them in the dictionary for you. And then once we disable, in other words, once we come out of play mode or the player stops something, whatever, this should never really happen in your actual game. It'll go back and repopulate serialized pairs. With this is like if you've made changes to scriptable objects, like if you want something in your normally you wouldn't do it, but if for some reason you want to store your scriptable objects changes at runtime back to build time, this is how you would do it. Oops. Oh, it had no idea what I was trying to do. It's fine. Ah, there we go. That's what I was looking for before on the top side. What am I missing here? This is this. Oh, I see. Right? Oh, dummy. Cannot initialize serializable pair with a collection initialized. What am I missing? Oh, oops. There we go. That makes sense. Okay. So this is going to be that thing that safely brings your scriptable objects back from runtime. Normally this doesn't matter, but it's nice to have it if you ever find yourself in a situation. You don't ever really want to do that with scriptable objects, but whatever. So now we do public void register the game data, or in this case, addressables. So we could always just make a component later on and then add that component to all prefabs. And any prefab with that component will then, all you have to do is just drag and drop the instance of that prefab you want into that component. And the addressable, this will end up instancing the object that you want to instance from that. Get what I'm saying? Okay, so first let's do if, well, actually hashtag. If Unity editor. So first we need to do, this is all pseudocode, but find all addressable. All right, and then we're going to need make a dictionary. Couple the string. Call this. You need to get any inner names that might be in the object as well. And object names. Be clear about what we're doing. So I'll go back 1 second. So the object name would be whatever we name the scriptable object, but the inner name would be this. All right, so we're going to make a method to get this in a second. Well, we technically have it here, but That's our thing. Uh, so if addressables is equal to null, or we want to do a debug on this, keep ourselves in the loop of when we fail. Project contains new addressable targets. And then we just return. Otherwise, we're going to need to make a dictionary for the temp addressables that we're getting. Now, it might look like we're just creating a whole ton of dictionaries and stuff. This is all happening at build time. You don't have to worry about this is being done in the Unity editor. We don't have to worry about any impact of doing this on the player. They'll never feel it. And you never have to worry. It's a very quick call, even in projects, so it's not that big of a deal. All right, this is chunk. 4 each. Okay. All right, so we need to get the asset path, the folder path, and the folder name. All right, for each. And there's a get asset path call. Get all asset paths. Oh, just need the one. Does this have that? There it is. And we just do the addressable dot. So this is a call that we need to put on this. So let's go to this, grab this, bring this over here. Just easier to write into it. Can we do that? Yep, there we go. Okay. Right, and then so that's the asset path. Now we need the folder path and the folder name. So this is basically just getting our projects path get directory name, asset path, awesome. And then the folder name that it might be in, or it should be in. This, no, do new. Directory and yep, there it is. Boom shakalaka. Okay. So now we're going to create a custom name for this serialized or addressable to then serialize. So we go to addressable. Part of me is tempted. You know what? I think I want to stick this to just scriptable objects. I don't think I want to include generic prefabs into this. I'm not sure if I should. Because I've tested this before for scriptable objects. I've never really had to use it for like scenes and everything. In Godot, I did it for scenes. That's how I know that I can do that. But I've never really gone the full distance, you know? Because then the consequence of that is then I really have to be like on point with how I'm naming my files. With this, with scriptable objects, it's just easy. We just throw them into the scriptable objects folder. Like, that's basically it. With this, I'm going to have to know exactly where I'm putting my prefabs. I'm not sure if I want to do all of that work. I usually like just dumping my prefabs in prefab folder. SOs, it's easy to work with. Yeah, let's lock it into scriptable objects. Yeah, let's lock it in. Let's do that. You know what? No, let's take it as far as we'll see. You know, you learn, right? We'll learn by making mistakes. So let's see how far this just going with Unity object will take me. We're going to discover why we shouldn't do things. So now we need to get the name of the object. Okay. And then we have to check if null or empty, and yeah. We just need to check if it's null or empty, right? And then, yeah. Oh, nice. Thank you. And if it is, then we just set the string name to path.getFileName asset. I think that's what it is. Oh, no. That'll give me the extensions. I need it without the extension. There we go. I'm starting to... Where is it? We want to store it by the folder name. and the string name. Right? Oh, we need to always forget. There we go. Hey. What am I for? Oh. Remember correctly, that's how. Oh man, and then we can do this on the outside. Been a very long time. C#. There we go. One of the ways is going to work eventually. So now we need to check if the temp addressable already contains. If it does, then we don't want. And we just continue, I believe. If we already do. Or actually, let's give ourselves a warning. Did I forget something? Oh, debug. Bug. And let's just, I guess we should return out. We don't want to populate the final list or final dictionary with bad information. Right? I told you this part would be the longest part. I wasn't joking. Temp scriptable object. Right? So we now have our temp scriptable object. Let's add them. Temp. Finish name is going to be equal to the addressable. And okay, so now we need to be thinking about script generation. Right? Because we need this code to generate code on its own. And that's the address sheet. And so we need to be thinking in the context of how is this address sheet going to be printing out its own code for itself? Because it needs to understand what it's doing on its own. So let's start working in that context. I really dislike making gigantic scripts like this, but believe me, this is the... We still didn't even finish this script. We got to do that. All right, let's do it. This is just a massive method. It like rubs the wrong way to do it. All right, so where is it? We already have the inner object name being tracked, right? Where is it? We should be tracking the inner. Oh, there it is at the top. So if inner folder name is, then if it doesn't, then we will create a new list for it. Right. And we need to make a new string. And this the oh whoops, my bad. Missed the part. Needs to be a list because we're getting a group of them. So it's not just like one object in each folder. It could be as many as we need. Why are you crying? Inner name object doesn't exist. I'm confused. Problem? Ah. Oh, whoops, I'm a dummy. Yeah, I'm a dummy. I did the same thing that I forgot to put that. There we go. So what are you crying about now? Just oh. Okay. Now it stops crying. Awesome. So basically we just create a new list if there is not one already there for that folder's name. And we're just basically storing, think of it like we're creating a way for the code to know how the project is set up. So we have to think in that term of what we can visually see and make it so the code can see that. And that's what this is doing. We're just grabbing each folder, and then we're just creating a list of the paths inside of each folder, and then a name that's going to be associated with that path, whatever the object is. Right? This is just for relationships down the road because we're going to be turning this into class name. You'll see in a few minutes. Um, right. So now, if otherwise, regardless, we should just be doing this. And just do add. And we just need to add in the custom name. Is it custom name? We need to name that something else. That's a whatever. I think we want to get it done. And then the finish name. That. Yeah, we... Oh. Oops. And that's it. So now we just need to have this back and yeah, we pass in the finished. Okay, and so Unity knows, like, we just changed something. We go editor, I think it's editor, there it is, editor utility, and we just set things to dirty. Right. That should be it. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna set, we don't want to set this to dirty. We want to set the object that we, the addressable object, set that dirty. Hey, that should do the trick for that part. Now we're outside of this massive for loop. We have another for loop, but it's a lot smaller. A lot smaller. So if we've gotten this far, we had a couple returns, I think. But if we've gotten this far, then we need to clear these out, because that means that we have new data incoming, right? So addressables.clear. Basically, this means that we've succeeded. We have no problems. We did not screw up. Okay. What did I miss? Addressables.clear should be a thing. Addressables clear. I'm so confused. What am I clicking when I do addressable? Oh, I named something else addressable. Okay. And we also need to clear the serialized. Okay. And so now we need to populate the data first before we actually get to the next part. So for each yeah, I guess that's good. No, we keep using that. There we go. I think the group is called, it's like the temporary group over here. Yeah, temp addressable. So this part, I like to do this. You don't have to, but I like to do this because it's like double tapping to make sure that something is there. like, I remember. Yeah, anyway, let's get this done. So we go like this, go to like that, and then grab the other one called realize. And I think we need to make a new pair here. Yeah. Oh man. So we can do. I think we just do this. Didn't fall for that again, huh? There we go. Fool me once. All right. So now we need to do the property script and then wrap this up by setting the editor to dirty. So a little bit of pseudocode, but we get right and finish up this system. So set the asset locale. We need to get the asset database again. Get the asset path that this is on. Right, so now this is where we would do that check against the location. Make sure that we're in the right area. Right, and we can say, hey, we're not in the right area. We have a problem and fail out here. But I know me, I won't make mistakes. And I just go right past it. But it's there in case I ever wanted to do it later on. Folder, locale. We need the direct, yep, all right. Autocomplete knew what I wanted to do. Change this. There we go. And so now a little pseudocode, we need to generate the assets, the property script, which is going to take in those two. Oh, no, wait. We need to take in, where is it? Inner names. There we go. Because we need the list of the inner names. And finally, we set this all dirty and save it. Editor utility. And there we go. And let's leave a little warning for myself. Well, debug, letting me know that we completed this. And finally, end. All right, so this is just ending this over here, this segment. Okay, so we still have two pieces of pseudocode we need to fill in. One is going to be the find addressables, which isn't too bad. This is pretty tame. And the other one is going to be the generate. This one is a little bit mind bendy, but let's do the easy one first. Right, we're going to take care of this one first. So basically, find all addressables. I think it's going to give us back a addressable array. Oh, hey, welcome. If you give me 1 second, because I think if I go out of this now, it'll error. But it's a 2.5D game, 2.5D ARPG. I'm just showing how to set up an addressable system at the moment. I'm about to finish setting it up. There's one more complicated part, but after that, it's done. And then I can just run the game and show you what it looks like. Or you could go back into the stream and look at what I was goofing around with. So we need to get the name or all of the paths in the project. Right? And that's a thing that's just built into Unity. And then now we need to get the list of addressable. Right? So then for each, there we go. So now this is going to get everything, all of the assets, or well, their paths in the project that we have. This is just going to be where we're going to store all of the addressables. So that's how this whole thing gets kicked off over here. Right? So now, this is where we can lock it in to just being scriptable objects, or we can get super generic and just make it a any Unity object, which would include all of the prefabs, all of the scenes, everything in Unity, if we wanted to go that route. So if you guys want to do that for your project, where you want to make it like that, you can do that. I think I'm going to narrow it down to scriptable objects here. So first, let's get the scriptable object class. OBJ, this is the object that we're about to get. And we say asset, database. We load that at path. There we go. Oh, actually, let's name this path. More accurate. All right. Then we say if the asset, if the object, let's name this asset. If asset doesn't equal null, right. So this is where you would have to change things a little bit, right? For your project, if you decided to go full in. One second. So this is where you'd have to make that decision for your project, because how I'm about to handle this, it'll be for scriptable objects, but it's very easy to switch this over to handle both. I'm going to show how to do that really quickly. I'm not going to go into it, but I will show how to do it. But you're probably going to end up with some growing pains messing with it. And it's all very done through this is call. So now here we'll say that we got the addressable. And then we can do addresses, add addressable. Oh. Right? So now let's do a version of this, but if it was for like regular game objects. First, we would do we would have to split this out, right? So we would have to do something like if continue first. And then after we do that, imagine this part wasn't here. We would just do this for this. And we would also then have an else if asset is a game object. And you already see where this is going, right? And then if it is game object and asset.getComponent, I think it's getComponent children too. I think this is it. Object getComponents. And then no, it's just getComponent. And then you would pass in addressable. Doesn't equal. Well, actually, we could just do this version. Try getComponent. Now we can use it. obj dot try getComponent. addressable. And out var addressable. And we just repeat that process. Oh, but you'd have to do this instead of doing it like this over here. This would have to be object. Right? This is how you'd have to do it. And so now you'd be able to also check for if it contains, if the object is like a game object, like a prefab, or if it's a scene, you'd have to handle it a little bit different. But everything in Unity inherits object. You just have to keep adding on to your else's for each one. You get what I'm saying? And then from there, we pass that into it. And every time that we do this object call, the addressable that you've created on that component, the addressable component you've created should return the instance of the object that that addressable wants to have return whenever the object call is made inside of this. And you're done. But I don't want to do all of that. That's what I mean by, like, I didn't want that extra work. I mean, once it's done, it's done. It's just because then you have to manage your... I have no problem managing my project when it comes to just scriptable objects, but then to go further and beyond on just about everything else, like sound, and I don't want to do all that. Like, if I had, like, other people with me, then fine. Yeah. Yeah. And hey, I would love to start game dev, but I don't know where. Don't know where to learn. I tried YouTube tutorials, but ended up in tutorial hell. That's a conversation. I've had that conversation before with others. On both sides of it. And I think the consensus on it is it's growing pains, right? If you're in tutorial hell, it means you still know you have something to learn. And that's a good place to start. Right? Like, I go back and I look at tutorials all of the time. And then at some point, I become my own tutorial where I have the code already in my other projects. or they're just in my head and I kind of have a sense of where I'm going to go. Like I know what the picture looks like and I just need to keep poking at the IDE and let the IDE kind of guide me along where I intend to go. Right? Like that's basically how I put things together as far as programming goes. But you're seeing it play out right now. All right, so we added the addressable, and then from there we're done with this call. We just need to return the addresses as an array. That's it. So now this should stop complaining. One sec, we need to put this here. There we go. So now this half of the code should be working. This part of the code now is the part that we're going to have to deal with. This is the actual... So all of this is just the raw information, and we've sorted the information over here. But now that we've sorted this information, we need to actually pump that information into this thing. This is generative code. So this is going to create code for us. We don't have to create this code, but we need to teach it or inform it, tell it how to create the code that it's going to do, right? And it's very simple, a concept, but it's just tedious. It's not complicated, it's tedious. So just give me 1 second. Okay. Wow. Gonna be rough. All right, what did we name it? Generate property script. Public or private. We'll know we're doing the right thing in a sec. Dictionary. So this is a dictionary of... It wants a list of the tuple strings. And we will store this as a inner... Yeah, we'll just use the original name. Inner name and object name. Right, and then we also want the folder path at this point. Sure. That's it. That should be it, sir. I think yeah. I keep forgetting that this isn't how string. It is string tuple and closeout. There we go. I gotta I just my eyes just get blurry when I start doing stuff like that. Oh, string script path going to be equal to the path combine. And this is just string shenanigans. Folder path. You don't need to worry about it. It's just string. This is just built into Unity's. Well, actually, this is C#. And we just basically going to be adding in this to the end of whatever the path is. So this folder locale right here is basically this location. Pop up. Where was I? Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Right? That's where it should be. But if it's not, then we don't care, because what we do here is we get the location of wherever this... Remember, this is a scriptable object, so it's in your project somewhere. So what we do here is that we say, hey, I want you to get where this scriptable object is in your project. And this is going to generate a script in the same folder as wherever that scriptable object is. right? And so we just pass that in as folder locale. But technically this should be the same as this. If it's not, you can always, if you want to make sure like if you really don't know if you have multiple of these in your project somewhere, you could always just do like if locale doesn't equal that path, this location doesn't equal the folder locale, then, you know, like return a debug or something. So, but yeah, we want to add in dot properties dot cs. I think I did that wrong. Yeah, we did. There's no dot here. Pretty sure I did that right. Yeah. Okay. So now we need to tap into the Unity engine and we need to create a directory. Windows, and I think it's a directory. Yep, directory, create directory. There it is. Okay. And so now we're going to internally use a namespace, well, a library reference. So let's go using file stream, and we're going to create a new one of it. New file stream. Using the script path that we got from before. And we're going to just create... Oh. There we go. And then we also want to... Something's wrong with that. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. There we go. Okay, I was like, what the heck is going on? Gotta love autocomplete. Did it do it right? Yeah, it did. Okay. What did it... Oh, that's why. I like writing my stuff out. Like, this is fine, but I don't know what SW means down the road. Yes, it means stream writer, but it's like, I would rather just name it writer. And it helps others who are watching this to know what kind of is going on. So now, this is where we get the code to start writing code for us. So this might look familiar. We go public, and we want to create a public static properties class. Right? That's the first thing that we're going to do. And then we're going to open it up with brackets because that's what we normally do. So you just got to imagine that you're writing the actual code, but you're showing your script how to write the script that you need it to write. Instead of writing it yourself. Right? Yeah, there we go. Now we do for each. No, I think we want the whole dictionary. I don't feel like making references like that. Okay. So first, let's do this, and we're going to introduce. So you'll see. Public, static. These are all internal classes inside of the properties class that we're doing, right? And we're going to take the oops. Let's name this something else. That's not what this is. This is the entry, the folder entry that we made. How do you do this? Oh, that's right. This is this. Now we can do this. Huh. This should be a string. We get the key, which is the string. Then we get to do this. It's because of this, messing it up. Oh. Oh no. Might need to. I never made that, did I? Let's do that. I think I have a tool script. Let's make that tool. Give me 1 sec. This is a small thing. Lib there. Awesome. Okay. This is a little bit distracting, but basically what I'm doing is I'm going to make a method that cleans up the string and gets rid of any weird characters. So that way there's no errors with the code, because you can't type all, like, code means things. So if when this thing starts typing stuff in generatively, I have to make sure that everything is something that doesn't mean anything in code or in C#, right? So we have to create a method to do that. So we call it a sanitization. Public static string sanitize. Oop, what's going on? Being weird. Okay. This is the string that we want to sanitize. And we're going to and it's going to be equal to s. No. Sanitizer is going to be equal to the new system.text string builder. There we go. No, we have. I don't know why my autocomplete keeps doing that. What's going on here? Why is it not? Oh, I got you. Okay. So first we're going to check if the character is a letter or a digit. right? Or if the character is going to be equal to... So before, because this is kind of coming out of nowhere, and I didn't expect to do helpers, I'm going to go into what a helper is in a second. But just know that we're going to go over it if this is confusing you. Sanitized and C. Something is wrong here. Operator, oh. Right, I got you. There we go. So basically, we're just filling in the character and ensuring that any weird characters that are in there are replaced with an underscore. Right? And then from there, we just need to return sanitized string. So what is a helper? First off, helpers are usually static classes, and they tend to be just like these random pieces of code methods that you tend to use in weird places, and often enough that they deserve to have a function of their own that you can just generally access anywhere in your code. So now that we've made this, it's just going to do a replace on anything that isn't useful when we are translating over to code, the information. So now we can do this. There we go. Now, you'll notice that I could just directly call this in. That's because of this right here. And also because this is a static class. So because it's a static class, and that the type that it can be attached to is a string, that allows me to use its syntax directly, like this, because key is a string. It's it's this right here. Right? Okay, so let's get back to it. So since we're creating the class, we're basically going to have to do this again. It's usually 3, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? I feel like that's right. I feel like that's right. I feel like I should be doing it. Anyway, so now these are going to be creating inner classes, and each one of these inner classes is a folder. It's representing a folder in our project. And then inside of that folder now is what we're going to populate with our addressables. And we'll name this custom name, and this one the finished name. In oh, what did I make a mistake in? Oh, that's why. There we go. Okay, and so now what we do here is we're going to make these all constant. Right? Yeah. Right line. So we have to do 1, 2, 3, 8, I think, spaces. And then we just do public const. Boom. We can just copy. Well, no, we add to the custom name. We need to sanitize the custom name. Ah, whoops. Right. And we also need to set this equal to equals. It's been a while since I've done this. It really has. And I don't think we need to sanitize. Pretty sure. I'm just curious about if I got the spaces right. Oh, and yeah, we need to tell it how to end its code lines, right? And that's it, I think. So now we go over here, we do writer, right line, and I think it's going to be 4 or 5. Eight, right? It's in rules of 4. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 8. These are all 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And go like this. Hopefully I didn't forget anything. We'll find out in a second. And then we do writer, and we have to close up the writer now. So writer right line. Oh, autocomplete already knew. And writer dot close. All right. There we go. Right, and then we do an asset database, and we just refresh the database. This is great. This is great. This is it. This is like 90% of it. But there's still one thing missing. And that is the ability to actually get this information. So let's make that method to get it. Fortunately, this is the easiest part. So let's go here. Very bottom of our script. All of this generation stuff was all for this moment. Well, actually, we have one more script after this, or one more method after this, which is a nice little trick I'm going to show you guys. Well, not trick, it's just something about Unity that's really cool. So let's do this. We're going to do, what is the name of this? We're going to name this Data Manager. So we can do a public static key get. And we just pass in the string key. That's it. So now we have to first do something like this. If instance. Okay, we have to do it here. private static instance data data manager instance. So if the instance is equal to null, then we do if not load data manager. Then we just return fault of T. Otherwise, if the instance so in this case we're looking for the addressable. There we go. So if we get something, then we return oh, actually, we need to do a check. Type safety. Okay, so now this is the neat trick with I think this is it. With how Unity is set up. This system. Right? Well, hold on. We have to do one step first. Wait, oh, it feels like it never ends. I'm not gonna lie, it feels like it never ends. So this is another private static method though. Because we needed a way to load the game data proper. And we're gonna return a bool load data manager. And so now if Unity editor do end if here. Okay. So the instance will be equal to this is just going to create something for us if one doesn't already exist in our project. Don't worry, this only happens at build time. We're okay. Asset, database, load, and All right. That should do it. Okay, so this is the closest thing to type safety that we can get here with the way that it handles the loading. It's forcing me basically to stick to this location. I forgot that I did this. This is where it ends up by going to this. Once you do, like I ran into it once I did the get, like I'm going to need the load manager, and then I'm going to need to double check the load manager. And it needs to be a bool, so it just makes sense. It just makes sense to do it that way. I don't know, I'm not smart enough to think of a different way to do it. Okay, that was the annoying part I did not realize I would need to end up doing. But it's fine. This is the part that's really cool though. So in Unity, you can do something like this. So first let's make the method. This is the final method, I think. Public static void register. Oh, whoops. Okay. And over here in register, it's going to just return nothing. It's going to check. It's going to see how we create the game data, or check if we have the game data. If we attempt to register, then we don't have game data set. It'll give us back the warning. Right? So if if the instance and we're basically just going to be repeating the same logic above. There we go. And now the trick that Unity allows us to have, not trick, but so see how we can create a new asset using this. We can actually add methods to Unity's editor by doing this. Menu item. Freaking awesome. And all we have to do now is just pass it the path. So we want to put this in the assets path. And it's going to be named register all addressables. Right? And boom. Done. Done. We are finished. We just made an addressable system. Let's test it. Let's see what we got wrong. Okay. Any questions before I move on, or are we good? Okay. So, first, let's just click the button for the addressables. As soon as I get to it. All right. So let's hide the bottom one. So my console is saying we have problems. So we have two of them. What are they? Ah, but this doesn't properly implement addressable. So we need to do that. Right? One sec. Let me just make sure of something. That's what I thought. I'm like, doesn't should have that as one of the things that I need to put. I guess. What is it? Because I did that, it doesn't. Okay, gotcha. Do it like that. There we go. Hey. Um, but now it should give me a warning about the rest, right? Guess not. Okay, I guess I have to tell it that I need to implement it. This thing should be forcing me to implement this. I'm kind of confused. Like, it's definitely irksome. I don't remember it not. Okay, there we go. Why is it? Okay, now it should force me. Pretty sure. There we go. Okay. Implement interface. There we go. And there's the rest of them. Okay. It's kind of important. So here we just do a return on the display name. Here we just do a return on this. And here, when we register, the address equal to the right? And you don't need to worry about unregistering yet. Okay. Okay, that's it. Save. What other warnings is the compiler saying? Not derived from create asset menu to manager. Did I forget to set it? I think I did. Yep, we did. This is supposed to be a scriptable object. Okay, there we go. That was the data manager. I just forgot to set that it inherits scriptable object. Ugh, all right. So let's first I want to show was asked game looks like, but I actually just want to run it to see if the game will run or if it's going to ping me with some. This is a good way to just find if something went wrong. So, code. Oh, it runs. Oh, that's basically so far what it's about. And yeah, All right, so we're working. Um, so basically, what that did is it allowed me to go over. You see this little asset button on the top left where my mouse is? I can now just go there, and when I click something, well, I'll get a warning now because, yeah, see, failed to find data manager because we never created one yet. But we have to actually create the data manager. So to do that, we in my project, I have an SO folder. I store my scriptable object, and we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it the game data, and this is where I'm going to store my data manager. Data manager. Okay. We don't see anything going on here, right? And technically there's nothing for it to store yet. So it doesn't make any sense for me to call it. So let's make something for it to store. We're going to make our first stat. So scriptable object. We're going to call this stats. Stat data. Let's call it that. Okay. So now all stat data is going to inherit from the data object that we just made. Which means that we're just going to get all of the good stuff that we just made from through iAddressable. Okay. And we are going to just have a few things here. One is going to be guild. The max, or let's actually do it like this. Stat can be a float, I guess. Initial point. Right? And that's really all we need in this. And let's actually, we have to do this. Create asset menu. File name. New stat. It is going to be menu name. Stat. Scriptable object. Right? And so this will get me to a new 100% guaranteed. Okay, so now we will go here. One is scriptable objects. So let's rename this scriptable objects. I don't want to have two of them in my list for no reason. You know, I think the syntax is scriptable object. Now that I look at it, because everything else is singular. Change that. All right, did Unity finish? I think it did. Nope, there we go. Compiling scripts. Right. So let's go back to our SO folder. And we're going to make a new one for our stats. And we're going to create object stat. And let's name this one plot armor. right? So we initially start with 999 million plot armor. Anyway, infinity plot armor. All right. So, but here's the thing. You'll notice that plot armor doesn't have an address, and we never gave it a display name. So let's name it plot armor. And we don't have an icon on it yet, but it's fine. All right. So now, if I go over to my assets, you probably don't see this, just how OBS works, but you register all addressables. Let's see if we have an error. Failed to... Oh yeah, we forgot to make the manager. Or rather, we forgot to hook in the manager's location. So this is the manager. We just, we can, in Unity, you can just right click and then click on copy path or press Alt Control C on the searchable object or whatever is care about. And we just go here, do that. Oops. Stop, please. There we go. Okay. So we guarantee that we're using that one object in our project. Oh, whoops, why am I playing? I'm so used to just coding, then play, hit play. Like, what broke now? Admittedly, it's always scarier doing it over the editor. Waiting for addressables to do its thing. It says, I don't know what addressables shouldn't be taking this long. Maybe I got something wrong in the code. Or my Unity probably just bugged out. Both are equally possible. Okay, there you go. Did I forget something there? Might need to restart Unity, I'm thinking. It could be I just wrote something wrong here. But it's basically saying that Windows is not giving me access to my project to be able to write it or something like that. That's the warning it just gave me. I don't know why. It could have been because it's still reading me in play mode. Let's try it one more time. But the good news is this. We got no errors through all of this stuff. It's when we got here to the stream writer that Windows is saying, hey, I don't want to give you access, Unity. So Let's just. It could have been that I was in play mode and Unity was like, nope, I don't. Not while play mode is happening. We don't edit the database. So let's try that one more time. Unauthorized access to the path. Ah, okay. So no. I mean, it created property CS. This is the fun. So this is the script that it just created. Right? This wasn't here before. Oh, I think I get it. Okay. Delete. I think I get it. Hmm. First, we combine these two. We get the path. We tell Windows, create a directory at that path. It did. We just saw, I just deleted it. We just saw that it is creating a directory at that path. Problem is, it's not creating a CS file, it's creating a folder. So when this attempts to write to it, why is it not creating a CS file? Let's try that one more time. If I deleted it, maybe something bad happened. Like it's named something.cs, so it should know that I'm creating a CS file. Let's try that one more time. Yeah, it's creating a property CS folder with, even though it's a .cs. So I'm missing some step. There's something that I forgot along the way. Give me a second. I need to go look at my old code. Give me a I am not going to bang my brain if I figure it out. I'll just look at what I did. Like I can cheat. Nothing wrong with cheating. Don't get caught. Right. All right. There we go. See what I did. Hmm. Exactly. Did I write something wrong? It's a really, I guarantee you it's just that I'm tired and my eyes are not seeing properly. I guarantee you. Oh, is this? No. No, no, no. We did it right. I think I see the problem. It's just this. This is the problem right here. Okay, now it should work. Okay. Now let's try it. Register all addressables. And it's going to update. And there we go. Just one word, right? That's it. So now if I open this, you'll see that it has the plot armor in it. But you're saying, well, that's great, but what does that do, right? And now you remember, I didn't write this script. It's doing it on its own. So now if I go to something like my player, I can go to like on start. Var item is going to be, or var stat is going to be. Let's do stat though, or what was it? Stat data. Stat data. That is going to be equal to plot armor. And here we can do the data manager. Get stat data. Properties. Stats. Plot armor. There. We now have addressables. All right, that's it. So that means that we now have stats and addressables. And that's that. That's an addressable system. Right? You don't believe me? Let's do a debug on it. And let's get our points. I think we need to make it a public. There we go. Points, current initial points. I think this was 999 or whatever. So once we hit play, we should see on start, this is going to show 999 there. Oh, null reference exception? What's going on? Ooh. So it's saying that we've got nothing from this. So now we have to debug and find out how did we just mess up our system. What part? Whence did we mess up? Whomst messed up. Oh Man, I should learn not to stream complicated systems like this. It's just kind of embarrassing when it's just little details like the one below that I always overlook. If I just like, I feel like if I just copy pasted the code, it would have been better. At least for like getting stuff done, but I think to explain it to people, it's probably better to do it because at least the code is 100% working. I know it is, you know? Oh, I'm a dummy. No wonder. No, that don't make any sense. What is this? Let's check the stat real quick. Plot armor. Yeah, it has. So you see, it gave itself the address, so it knows what its address is. In order for it to get this far, it would have had to have. So the only thing that's left is to first. Uh. When we do get, we need to do some stuff on get. Okay. It could be that we're hitting this part. Right? It could be. So let's find out which one we're hitting. Oh. Because if we're hitting here, we're returning something. So it means that probably it's not setting up the instance. But it should have. Oh. We got you. So it's here. All right. So let's do a check on the. Okay. So it's saying that nothing was actually put in over here. It's weird. It probably means that we did something wrong over here. There's a quick way to find out. So according to this, we have one thing in this. So oh, whoops. Maybe. I think this is what I forgot. System serializable. I think that's what I forgot. That would make a lot of sense. Little things, like I said, it's just always going to be little things that I'm going to forget. I'm going to do it because you know, if you guys want me to, I will go over it again slowly since it's now should be completed. Let's register all addressables. Okay. So now when I run through it, it should give me something in it. Null reference. What are you null referencing about? I'm so confused. Why are you in null reference? How are we even getting here? Like if we get past this, technically this shouldn't ever happen. Because there's nothing in here. Or there was nothing in here to match that key. Ah. So there, it says that there is one in it. And then it gives me a null on something. What are you nulling about? Oh, that's why. We forgot to save. Ah, all right. So first off, we have a mismatch on the key. Give me a second. We have a mismatch on the key. So no, I'm just an idiot. There we go. So now that we serialize it, we can see what's in it, and this is the key. So I don't know. We have stat plot armor is the key. I think what's actually the thing that you're looking at, what you're seeing, is when you make an API very simple, it can mislead you to think that the stuff under the hood behind that API was simple, right? But it's actually a really cool thing that you can hide all of that stuff under the rug and just give somebody one button to press and it does everything. We were talking about Arkham Asylum earlier. There's a ton of things going on in Arkham Asylum, but it is one of the most brain dead styles of gameplay out there, where it's just one button, and you're countering, you're beating the hell out of everybody and everything. Air combos, trips, whatever. Grabs, all one button, right? But that there is a lot going on under the hood to make that one button do everything for you. So according to this, where is it? According to this, we are right. There is one thing in it. Let's get rid of this one. We don't need this anymore. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. What we need is this. Where are you? Get. There we go. What we need is item.key. And we need to know. But this is all part of programming as well. The debugging process. This is just what you're going to have to do if you're coding, especially when you start making more complicated data structures. It's just anything complicated. If you can do it, go ahead. That's I mean, why not? Also, hello, Alateria. Okay. So what is the problem here? The stat plot armor. That's plot armor. Huh. So I think we're getting here. We're getting to right here, but this is failing. Can we do that? No. Oh, I'm a dummy. No, I did it right. No, I'm a dummy. I get it. I'm a dummy. I'm just dumb. I'm literally just dumb. I'm just dumb. There we go. That's the problem. I swear to... Oh, boy. Oh, gosh. And there we go. So now this should work. I'm a special case sometimes. This should... Oh, guess not. Null reference. Another null. What the heck? What are we finding null on? Do we never set the object? Set data. Data object. Returns this. I swear if I mismatch something else, I'm gonna cry. Listen, don't hold it against me. I pulled it all from friggin' the tips of my friggin' fingers. Give me a second. Guaranteed. Over here, this works. So we have the addressable object. And then when we go and we actually add... what the hell? Where? Where are we storing? All right, let's try that one more time. Maybe that'll fix it. Well, it's weird because it is updating it. Let's see what you... I don't know. Added... According to it, it tells me that it did add the address. And when we run... It's going to give me a null reference exception on 160. Maybe. When am I calling it? Well, no, it's really weird, right? Because the script is saying that it is finding an object. It's just that whatever object it's getting is null. Where am I? Let's go to the player real quick. I'm going to turn this off so we can stop getting that error. Let's go back to this. And let's just do a quick debug. Find out if we're getting here, and if we are, is the result. And if that is it because you know what? Let's do this first. This is why I normally use libraries. It's only for like this project, really, that I decided to just code everything up from the ground up. What the heck? We didn't even... Oh, it's like killing itself here. It's basically saying that the object doesn't exist. Why? So it does get a value. Oh man, I'm getting tired. I don't want to finish this tomorrow. I want to finish this now. Ugh. Maybe if I lock it, descriptable objects. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Found you. You're funny. You're funny. You are a funny one. So now we have to get rid of them over here. Oh, just make sure. There we go. Let's just make sure of this. Right. That should do it. Come at me. Ah, right. We have to change this. Okay. Why did I do that? Not good. We forgot to set the asset. Register. Okay. Now let's try it. Please work. Cross my fingers. Yes! Ah, okay, there we go. So it did it, it pulled it up, and we have 99 points in that stat. There, we're done. Holy cow, that was 30 minutes extra of debug. Could have been avoided if I just used the old code. Since we have some stats now, I think we can maybe do a little bit of UI work and hook in the UI that you see over here. I am really... The only thing that really kept me going tonight was just every time I came back and I saw that UI and wanting to finish it. I think that's basically it. But if anybody wants me to, I can go back over the addressable system. Since now it's actually working and done, to give a clearer-eyed explanation of what's going on with it. Ha. Can you walk off here? I think I can. Or at least the enemies can. Oh, yep, I can walk off. I can definitely walk off. I can walk off that edge. I can't climb back up. We're gonna just fall. Oh, there's actually... So the ground extends a little bit. There's a little bit of a collider, but if I walk too far, I'll fall off. The ground collider goes a little bit further out. Yep, there we go. Now we just fall. Alright, cool beans. Let's get rid of the debugs. Oh no, we already get the warning on this one. All right. So let's make some stats and let's do it. So we made the first one, plot armor. We're actually going to get rid of that. This one's just going to be health. Rename it health. And let's just double check our system to make sure that it will properly update since we have new information here. And we're just going to do this. Register all of the addressables. Update, and yep, it changed it. It gave me a warning though. Player stats does not contain plot armor. All right, and that's this over here. So since we got rid of this, now Unity will tell us, and this is one of the best parts about the system. We are safe if we are using stuff like this. So if I just like did plot armor, like I said plot armor, right? If I just did something like this, it would never know, but because I have the whole area locked in through classes, it's going to give me that compiler error. It's great. So this is going to be this is going to be up here. This is going to be our character's data. You know what? Let's make a class for this. Could we do it this way? You know what? When all else fails, public is fine. So let's go component. Or actually, this is a system, but uh, okay. Oh, there we go. So now I'm creating a data structure, very small data structure, that'll be able to take in just about any kind of information as a central place for my character. So all of my stats will go here, everything goes here, basically. Right? But better than that, I can make various data structures for this. So let's make like a right? And so now we can do there we go. Something like that. Right? And so now later on, we can do something like this. Or is it, it just made it. There we go, stat data. What do you mean exactly? Like, how, what do you mean by how does it work? Like, what does it, what it does? So, okay. So you have things that are like, you have things that are like scriptable objects, right? This right here, data object, is inheriting a scriptable object. So with scriptable objects, you can't really, or you can instance them, but you don't want to usually instance them. You kind of just want them as a data reference point. What we did before was we used an addressable system to create addressables, as you just saw me do with the player to get stats, right? You remember me doing all of that. Well, now I'm going to actually implement that and or implement the usage of this, right? When we do game stat. So now with game stat, we have this, which again, this data object is inheriting uh, this. So now what we can do, where is it? Let's actually move this down. Wait, move this, yeah, this right here. So what this will do is we'll do var object or obj is going to be equal to the data manager. Whoops. Right? And then we return obj.inner create is it so when we decide, since stats are data objects, when we call create on a stat, so like the way that you saw me do it over here is one way. Where is it? Back on the player. But what I want to do, or what I'm aiming for, is something like this. right? And what this will do is it'll go to whatever the stat data is, which is right here. And since again, this is inheriting this data object, I have access to the create call, which means now I can get to the inner create call. Correct. And then now when we go to stat data, since we want a real-time runtime version of this, we don't want to use a scriptable object. We're just creating a new instance, regular object, over here. Right? And so now when we go here, we can do did I mess up? We have to copy paste this because I can't remember it. My brain is starting to fall apart. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's a lookup. Ultimately, it's a bunch of different systems, but yes, it's going to be a lookup. Right. There we go. What do I think? I think it's a mixed bag. It's good. I don't dislike it. I enjoy it. Keeps me distracted so I can stay awake longer doing this stuff. At the minimum, that's what what it is. On the positive, you get to meet all kinds of people. It's cool. Everybody on a different step in the journey towards making the game they want to make, right? I think I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be. In Godot, or rather in GD script, this is a very simple, because you can overload... Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, we're just making this way more complicated than it needed to be. So I think we can overload these. Let me just check. Before I start going into other scripts and doing it. Yeah, you can overload them. That's the C# way. Godot works a little bit different. I forgot how... I forgot about that distinction. But I don't think you can do them across... Back. I don't think you can do them across inheritance. That's the problem. Godot, you can do that across inheritance. Let me check. Where are you? Stat data. Can you? Oh, you can. Okay, that's one step. So you can overload into different directions. Hmm. But we can't virtual. That's the issue. Okay. So we can't just super into the previous one. I mean, base into the previous one. So what we would have to do is a little bit of wet var. Yeah, we can't do virtuals. That's what was so annoying about this. No potential fixes. Sure. Okay. And we can cannot implicitly convert to T. Not explicitly then. Cannot convert GameStat to T when T is if or T. Okay. Sure. Why is it passing in OBJ? We don't need OBJ. What are you crying about now? What is it at the top level? Like, what is it? It's intercreate is a class. GameStat is a class. How about this? How about no? No. What? No. I'm just like throwing everything at the wall to try to figure out why. Okay, let's clean this up. Let's just... I think I have an approach now. So we can't get away with... In C#, we can't do this. It's just not going to work out. But we can do this. Right? It's an issue with statics. Well, not an issue. It's just the way C# works. So it's my brain trying to divest from GD script and get back into C#. And so I have to like force myself to realize you can't do that anymore. So now I'm starting to remember like what I need to do. I basically just need to do that. This is the solution. Right? Um So then I'm just going to go back to the stats and we just do an inherit or override. That's a lie. I don't care. Test that out. Public test. That is a lie. If I do something like RA is equal 8. We don't even need this here. Yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, see, that works. So why are you saying it doesn't work? It'll return game stat. Give me a sec. Let's see how I did it before. I'm like, yeah. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see what we did. Okay. We forgot something very important. Forgot to do that. That's what we forgot. And it should have... There we go. So now when we go over here... Got it. Good. There we go. Now we're getting there. Like I said, part of my this is this is coming out of it. Like this is how I normally do it. But I just keep poking and poking until eventually my brain is like, ah, that's the thing. That's the ticket. But you can't be afraid to poke. You have the address, the ID, the name, and the icon. Address, oh, the ID. Well, we don't need the ID on this. We have this, we can get the ID. Technically, we could get everything else with just the address. This is like in case things change. Generally speaking, the ID is always going to change, so we don't really need it. Like, this will have its own ID. So technically, we could just get rid of this. Address is this ID. This thing does need its own ID. Because there's going to be so many different versions, things. Right? And so when this one is created, we'll just create a there we go. So think of it like every stat has its own unique ID once we've converted it into runtime. As well as items, because items are going to also inherit game data. So now stat data here. Show potential. What are you crying about? Method must have a return. Oh, gotcha. I guess. What is it crying about? Click game. Method must have a return type. Return type is game data. Oh! Oops. So now let's go back to the stat manager over here in the actor data. Now, generally, you probably want to create a separate class for this. I mean, a separate script altogether for this. And I might just grab this and then pluck it out later. I'm getting kind of tired, so I just want to get this code out. So you're seeing, part of the reason why I'm doing it like this also is hopefully this makes it easier for you guys to like see how the code is interacting just by having it all on one script. You can kind of see how these two data structures are very similar, and you'll find that in a lot of cases, data is handled almost like this at all places. In fact, this is kind of like the essentials for like making an inventory system. We're just making an inventory of stats. We're calling them a stat manager. Right? The only reason why I didn't just take like everything and just dump it into one collection type is because collection types kind of get bogged down by having a lot of different things in. But part of me is really thinking that I could just get away with not actually having a stat manager here. Like, you know what I mean? And just like instead putting the stats directly into the actor data. Because we could do that. There's no problem with it. Actually, you know what? Let's do it. I like it. I like it. We're gonna do it that way. Right? We're gonna do it that way. So now let's give it a test. We're gonna go over to the player, and on the player, we're just going to, for now, public actor data, and we'll just do okay. And what are you crying about? It's inherited. Oh, we already have actor data somewhere else. Fine. You do you. So now we can do actor data, add data. What the heck am I doing? Data. 8. Ah. Urgency. I think I'm falling into the same trap. Oh, I see. Whatever. We know this works, so... I swear, if stat data... Hold on, this is virtual. If stat data is giving me problem... Okay, good. There, done. This is like bread and butter stuff. It's like, if I'm screwing that up, it's time to call it a night. Okay. But now we just need accessors. We're not doing that tonight. I'm not doing that tonight. That would be crazy. What time is it? Yeah. I mean, I could just... Yeah, no, I want to make one from scratch, so... But I'm not doing that tonight. Let's see. Um... Yeah, we're not going into that. I think that's it. I think that's what I'm gonna call it. I wanted to get into back into the UI, but I am running on fumes. I haven't even eaten today, so we need to take care of that too. Um, I got a bit accomplished, right? It's a bit slow, but we did get some. I settled on a UI now. This is where we're going to be. We got the combat looking pretty okay. Some feedback. Um, we have enemy AI just working, which is great. We have the visual aspects of the enemies, so that's going to be great when we actually start putting in our assets in there. The weapon is working fine. We just need to basically refactor some stuff. We're gonna make a broker. I think I'm gonna stream making the broker visitor pattern for the stats next time, because that's really where this needs to go. Because I'm doing all kinds of wonky stuff to get around it a second ago, and I just stopped myself and said, "Enough's enough." I'm just. That's when you start. When it gets really late and you're still coding, that's when you start doing regret code. Like you're gonna come back and be like, "Why did I do that?" so, so it's best to just stop. Um, Nothing is really truly wrong with this. It's just like there's a right way to do it, and that's just get the broker in and then have it take care of the stat values. Uh, yeah, but basically, the way that this would work is on the player. I think I'm just going to show what that looks like. So we could just do something like actor, whoops, actor data, get. What the heck? Why is there a get component on actor? What is actor data? Yeah, it's supposed to be just get data. All right, and so what we want from this is the stat data. Oh, this is wrong, actually. This needs to be... There we go. And this will return game data object. Yeah, so here now we have access to all of the stuff like address, display icon. Uh, it's... So in this case, let's test out its current points. Initial points. You don't need initial points for this. What is this? This is stat data. Oh, wait, what are we looking for? We're not looking for this. We're looking for stat. Oh, game stat. There we go. Because when we do create, we're doing uh, the game data object. So that's supposed to be a game stat. Now we can do... There we go. Now we can do stuff like change points. And let's do a print. We can get the points in integer. I don't even know if this is going to work, and I'm too tired to care if it's not going to, but let's just run it and see what happens. We should see... I think it's going to be 129. If it works. Not. Woohoo. Null reference exception somewhere. Give it to me. Oh, no, 129. There we go. What is it crying about? It says you're trying to create a mono behavior using the new keyword. Not allowed. Oh, I see. This is still reading mono behavior. Not a mono behavior. All right, let's try that again. There we go. So we have 129 health. So we know our system works. All right. So generally speaking, we would just be doing this. And we would do something like change stat like that. Right? And whatever it is, that's basically how we would handle this. But as you can see, game data will take in any information that we pass it. That's the benefit of it. All right, let's call it there. Tomorrow I'll hook in the rest of the UI. I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow, but the next time that I work, I want to stream the broker pattern just so it can be seen like how to make it, because it's a very important pattern. A lot of games that you play, like a lot of games with like modifiers and stuff like that, tend to use that type of tool to apply stats. But actually, maybe not, because I might not use the broker pattern. I'm thinking of using a kind of inventory system. Control it. All right, that's going to be the end of it. Thank you guys very much for joining. Thank you for the conversation, as usual. Thank you for the questions, and have a wonderful night.